All right. Hello, everyone. Time to get started. Just a sec here. Seems like Rhythm Box is struggling a bit today for some reason. I think see if there's anything else I have running now. Well, this could close this. Clear out all these Koto tabs here. Close this as well. And you're right. The probably good now. All right, so what are we going to be working on today? So, in the last stream, we worked on implementing our file indexer. So if I size this up here, you can see we have a summary here of it's not able to catch everything, all the different albums and the like, but it gets pretty close. So what I might have to do is improve that down the road. But at least for now, you know, Elbow with the album Little Fictions, this shows up correctly. And we have all the different tracks. This track information pulls in from K file metadata. If I go over to that, let's see, that would be the indexer. Increase the size here. And you can see when we get down to tracks, we leverage the Q MIME database. This is of the MIME type, so we know that's an audio file type. And when it is an audio file type, we use a KDE framework called K-file extractor, or K-file metadata, and their extractors. And we got that working thanks to some help from one of the, or maybe the Haruna dev. So for those that don't know, Haruna is a, pull this up here, is a KDE video player leveraging Qt QML and libmpv. So they were kind enough to help out with pointing me to some references of how you actually implement the simple file extraction result. I got pretty close leveraging the K-file metadata documentation, but apparently you have to actually still leverage the extractors and do this manual extraction with this result, which is fine. So we do that, and then we actually just do a sanity check that, hey, is this actually an audio file? And if it is an audio file, then we basically create the Koto track. We have all that, and then just to help us debug and make sure stuff is working here, we have our summary. And the summary comes from the file indexer artist. So we iterate over all that. Quite handy to get all this information. And it's also stored in something we call cartographer. And we call it cartographer because it is basically just a glass full of hash tables of either a UUID or a name, such as an artist name, to a pointer to a various struct like an album, an artist, or a track. And this is useful so we are able to very quickly reference things. For example, when we're constructing an album, we could reference an artist. When we're constructing a track, we could reference both of them. and we actually do that. So we worked on all this during the last stream, got that working. But of course, you don't want to do file indexing every single time you launch the application, especially given when we start implementing stuff like playlists. This could be based off the UUIDs, right? And the UUIDs would obviously change. So what you want is to have a read from a database, and then you propagate that database with new files as you do indexing operations. So that is what we are going to be working on, leveraging Qt Sql. They have some functionality for that. It's a little bit foreign to me. I had not the concept, of course, of using SQLite or using databases, of course. In fact, what we are probably going to do is, if I even just search for insert into, you could see we actually have code already in our old Koto, which was originally GDK4, and C, we have code here for committing the Koto artist to the database. So here we have the insert stuff, and I imagine a lot of this will be quite similar, but we'll have to see. We need to actually first, write the SQLite 3 database, and then set up the tables. Make sure we're not doing that every single time, and then start committing stuff. And then after all that, I want to, if we have time, of course, start implementing a lot of these functionalities that we have of the Koto track from database and the Koto artist from database, and see if we could then start loading those up from the database instead of indexing every single time. So that is the main focus today. I did a little bit of off-stream work, messing around with QML, reading a little bit of the documentation, trying to figure out how I could do some references, did some cleanup as well. If I go to my main QML file here, you could see that we now have we have our primary nav set as a global drawer instead of like doing this weird wrapping it in a page and all that. And then we had this just test homepage. Nothing fancy because, well, we don't really have anything to render yet. And then the primary nav, we actually have some logic here now. Ignore all these errors because Sea Lion doesn't really understand QML all that well. They have support for it technically, but it doesn't seem that it's very well baked in. Because if I pull up QCreator here, I go over to primary nav, you can see it's actually all fine. So I just typically, if I'm going to be working on the QML bits, which we're not going to be really doing today, I'll probably just do it through QCreator. But something I really wanted to get sorted was this primary nav, at least in the scheme of making it so I could have it by default, a pin, basically a pin drawer or non-modal drawer when you're in desktop mode, and then when you go into a mobile view, it hides that. And of course, you could toggle it. This would be more useful for like Plasma Mobile. And then when I expand this out, you could see, I mean, it's a little glitchy, but you could see when it was in mobile view like so, when I expanded it out, it automatically like switches it from modal to non-modal, which is quite nice. So just some quality of life stuff there. Otherwise, it would be like hidden and you wouldn't necessarily be able to toggle it and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is what I worked on off stream. And of course, we'll tie all that in incrementally as we work on everything else. Let's take a look at how we actually do the SQLite 3 stuff. Make sure the audio level's right. Okay. So they actually have, go back to it, yeah, like executing SQL stuff. So first thing we want to do is update our CMake file. So let's go ahead and do that. Actually, it's gonna be our desktop variant. one in desktop, and also actually, let me open up control T status. I want to remove rm desktop / makefile. Let's see, and rm tech rf desktop / meta types, and let's also do QML types. Interesting that, okay, just it did eventually clean up itself. All right, well, that's probably enough. The rest of them are going to be hidden, so I just didn't want to have to keep seeing those as I work on stuff. So we have our CMake thing here. So the reason why I have this structured, for those that aren't familiar with Koto, where I have a top level that doesn't really have any code, it just has a CMake file, and then I have desktop, which contains all the desktop stuff, is eventually I will want a selfish OS implementation, and this is the best way, in my opinion, of structuring it. And eventually things like all the data lake code and configuration code will probably be moved out of desktop, but my priority is actually getting a minimum viable product, an MVP of Koto working at the moment, and then we will improve it from there. So here we have our target link libs, so we need to add Qt6 Sql. And we also need to do a update our find package. So we have Qt6 here, where we're only searching for quick and quick controls too. We need to add SQL here as well, because it may be that depending on the operating system, that these SQL packages are separate. So what we want to make sure is when somebody is packaging it, that it actually calls it out that, hey, you might be missing this, if they haven't included that dependency. So we do that. They have some examples. I think their example is actually going to be the, oh, they do have a lot more. So this is quite nice. They have the SQL browser one. Let's see. Which is probably going to be the one we use as the example. We actually already have it open here, but I want to go to their programming guide, because they actually have a guide for example, well, topics. They talk about the database classes and then connecting to a database. So we are going to probably do something similar as what we did with Cartographer, which is that we are going to have a singleton of this. We only want to ever have one instance of the database going at a time. So let's go ahead and we're going to add a new class. It's going to be a C/C++ header class. We're going to do, actually there's just a header file. So we want to right click, go new, and then we do C++ class here. And we're going to call this database. Nothing too crazy, right? We're going to automatically add them, which is very handy. So it should add them to my desktop CMake. It complains here about Unix makefiles. I'm just going to choose to ignore that for now, and minimize that. So it does this if and def and define bits. I don't like this way of defining it. I prefer pragma once. And that basically does the same thing of ensuring that you're only ever going to be including this once. So let's go ahead and I want to split this. So I forget the split down doesn't even have a keybind. Okay. No, I clicked here, please. Open up here. No. Okay. This up here. There we go. It's not as ergonomic to do the splitting in CLion as it is in things like Z, where you could, or in Visual Studio Code, where you could just sort of drag files into different sections of the editor and split that way. So we are going to want to import QSql, I think. or maybe it's QSql database. They don't actually provide information here, but if I was to click on QSql database, you could see what the header includes here. So that. So we're gonna do a class here, which is a class Koto database. Actually, that's all fine. I don't know if we necessarily want to do a connect or disconnect as explicits. I suppose it might be valuable where we do a construction of it. I don't know if we need to do a get db. Damn, gnats flying in my face. All the plants around me like to attract them. Let's see. So we're gonna want to do something like this. Of our destructure. I'm not actually going to define our destructuring here. I'm going to define our Koto database. Basically, we're going to be looking at the way we implemented Cartographer and doing something quite similar. So we have something like this. And then we need functions for probably adding things, or maybe just a way of getting our database. So it's probably like this. We have this, we're getting the DB. But of course, we're not adding the DB. It's we're not going to be using or interacting with the database all that much itself. But we'll focus on that for now. These void ones, yeah, we'll keep those explicit for now. See if we actually need it. Have our private stuff. So the only thing we really need is our private DB. And then let's start implementing this code. So we're gonna split this again, split down, and just to keep it the same, we are gonna open up the header file here, and we're gonna open up the database file here, and then we're gonna include database HPP, and we are going to create our constructor. So this is going to be our Koto database, Koto database. This isn't really the way how it needs to be done. I think that QSql is that the correct thing? The database name. Let's see. Qt Sql SQLite. Okay, that doesn't really. I know it's a SQLite driver. Yeah, so it would be QSqlite because that would be SQLite 3, which is what we would want. Do they have documentation? So you do this, and then you set the file name to the full path. So right now it's just setting KotoDB. But that's not very useful because it's just wherever we're going to be running QSqlite. So what we want to do is, let's see, so we have our config here, which isn't a singleton, but really ought to be, because we're only ever going to read that. Yeah. Let's modify this so it's a singleton. So we're going to have a similar thing, drop our destructure here. Have a static instance. And our create. I'm not sure why it's doing it like that, but fortunately saving it will run Clang format and everything will be fine. So right now we have our get libraries and get UI preferences. We're also going to want to return a Q string, which is going to be the get config path. And we're going to want a private config path. and it'll be like so. So right now we are creating our Koto config, and we are adding this. What I actually want to do is have we automatically add config.toml to this. This is a file system path. I feel like we could probably use Qt here directly. Let's go ahead and open that up. Maybe it's my headphones messing up. Music keeps sounding like it's skipping, but it doesn't look like it on OBS. Alright, so if we go Qt, let's go all the way up here. Why does it not want to switch to it? Double click Qt. Why does double clicking? Yeah, let me just flatten those. Double clicking then goes to the one below it. Weird. So we create a Qt, and then can we add a path? Let's add search path, but that's not quite what we want. I would expect it to be part of Qt. Okay, well, we don't really need, we could just do this. So we have our file path here. Let's change this to config path, where we are going to do Qt like so. Oh, actually, it would probably be this, the absolute path here already, which is going to be a string, I think. So I may not need to do anything. Let's just revert all that and have this, which should be our Q string, the absolute path. Absolute path. Yes, it returns a Q string. Great. So we are going to want to set this. Go ahead and set it clear down here. Yeah, let's set up here. This config path is going to be equal to config dir path. And actually, we should really call it config dir path. Okay, config dir path. I don't think we, at least yet, need a direct path to our config. That isn't really going to be changed. It's going to be a single toml file. So we have that. That creates it. Have our D structure here. Let's go ahead and have something similar here of Koto config like this. Good. In theory, that is what we need. So if we switch back to database, what we could do is we're going to do auto db path is going to be that this isn't correct. All Koto config : instance. Get that directory path, which we actually, now that I think about it, we didn't even know that. Let's go ahead and do it. Q string, there we go. Easy. Get that as our DB path, and we're going to include. Oh, actually, it is returning it directly. That's a big no-no for me. I always want to make a copy of it. And the reason for that is then I can manipulate it without worrying about manipulating the Q string in the actual Koto config. So, oh, is there an append? Am I just blind? Append. Or did it just make that up? I don't think there really is append. I also don't think that A star clang, it's a clang D. I don't want to crash the server, I want to restart. Okay, we're going to restart the IP. It should get the type sorted, but it doesn't. Let's see if it does now. Oh. Okay, well, slash equals photodb. That should be the full path, but what we're going to want to do standard out. See out database path, and we're going to do db path. Which is standard string? No. Actually not sure. Is this the way? Qdir append. Let's see. Relate file names that I'm aware of. It's not really a CD, append file name. Let's see. Go ahead and open. Maybe Gemini could help. But it claims if I do directory file path that it will append that. Shall we see if that's true? We cross-reference that to Qdir. Let's close this because Qdir here, and we do file path. Returns the path name of a file in the directory. Does not check if the path actually exists in the directory, but see exists. If the Qdir is relative, the return path will also be relative. Return the path. Okay. But that is, so it says in the directory. So could I do auto db path, so get dir path plus file path? I don't know if that's actually valid. Doesn't belong to any project. Nothing to show for. Okay. I think it's having issues with our CMake at the moment, desktop. I think it might be this compile commands. I'm gonna delete this. I added this to get it working. Desktop. I mean, it is added. Let's restart it again. I had added the commands JSON file, or compile commands JSON file, to try to get it working in Z. And it did fix some of the issues, but doesn't seem like this is actually fixed at all. Okay, what if I just assert it's a Q string, so we're going to want to Qdir this file path. Let's include Qdir. Does it understand Qt now? I think it's picking the wrong CMake project. What is going on here? Very strange. Include desktop. DB path. That automatically returns it, so we don't actually need to do. Oh, actually, yeah, because it's a Q string, that toStandard path is valid. Is it working everywhere else, or is it just this where it's broken? Like in cartographer. Okay, what about in library? Okay, it's complaining about it there as well. But it at least understands this. Database, it does not. I hate that it shows all these build folders as well. Data lake database. Yeah, that's all fine. I just need a rerun. Like, created with incompatible generator Unix. Okay. Well, fortunately, I have tasks, so I could do task setup again. And it is complaining about nothing. It's just warnings. It's exactly what I like. I like all my warnings being red. I build again. Let's see. Okay. Did get errors, which is perfectly fine. Unknown Q string on config. Okay, config HPP. We need to include Q string. That should be fine now. And then I'll get pulled in. Maybe I'll just choose to ignore it. I'll just ignore that error. All right, so we go set DB name as the file path, which should be fine. So if we go back to that QSql SQL programming guide, connecting to databases. There was this. There was also an example. Have it up here. QSql QSql. Let's move this up here. Set host name. Don't really need to do that. This doesn't seem right at all. What is it referencing? QSql. So it just takes me to click here. All right. That could be used to access it. Try to multiple users and multiple transactions. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're just gonna assume that it's. Of course, I could ask Copilot. I don't want a solution. I just want a conversation. Copilot chat. Here we go. Let's expand this up. Provide an example of connecting to a SQLite 3 database using SQL. We set DB name, and let's, while it's doing its thing, we could take a look at this. Because I don't think we need the set username, set password, set host name. I think it would just be this DB open. I think the set DB is fine, and then we would want a Koto connect instance here, and yeah, this is probably fine as well. If we fail to actually perform the open, and say it failed to open with the reason why. Now, as to whether or not it will actually create the database, that is an entirely different question. So, at least based on its example, it does something quite similar. So, adds the database QSqlite, that's what we're doing. The path to it, it attempts to open it, and then it performs a QSql query of creating the tables. Now, I don't really have a better way of doing this besides literally just writing all the SQL that we would want to do, like right here, which I suppose we could probably have as like a internal, like void bootstrap or something function. Not terrible creative name, but who cares? So we could have void Koto, yeah, disconnect. Get the database is going to return that as that's all fine, and then we're going to want to bootstrap. So it is generating query execs. Is that correct? Yes. If query exec, so we're not even doing, yeah. All right. So this is a good start, where we create that and then we exec. So we could reuse, it looks like, the QSql query. I'm just leaving its auto-generated thing here for now, but what I want to check is the QSql query. So we need to include that for starters. Include QSql query. We're already linking. There's a batch execution code. I'm not sure we need that. There's exec batch. Again, not something I think we need. We specify exec here. So I guess what we could do is actually have, oh, let's see, executes the SQL inquiry, returns true, and sets the query to active if the query was successful, otherwise returns false. The query syntax must use syntax appropriate for the SQL database being queried. After the record is executed, the query is positioned on invalid record and must be navigated to a valid record before data values can be retrieved. For example, next. It can only contain one statement at a time. If more than one statement is given, the function returns false. Okay. So this is their way of doing a batch, but that's inserting. So you can bind multiple different values. So you would, for example, have this insert into values and you specify them by table. So these would be the individual columns, I assume. You'd say insert into my table, Harold, Boris, Brond, terrible names. Let's see. Ah, okay, but because you're doing the binding first, this would be the integer. Okay. So there's that. Retrieves the next result. Of course, so if you're doing a select, of course, that would be the most thing. So you could do a prepare. The insert values, and then you could, I prefer this way of doing it rather than the bind way that it was showing, where you do the question mark and then the Q variants. This is like much cleaner to me. and makes it more obvious what is going to be inserted and what. So this is very good. Very good. All right. So the first thing we're going to want to do is set up our tables, right? So let's go ahead and do that. And the best way of doing that is by referencing what we were doing. So we do a create table. So we have all these Koto track tables, which I think is literally the visual table, so I'm not going to worry about that. I like how I specified create table, and okay, fine, I'll quote it then. That does it. Here we go. We have our DBC here, where we have all these queries. All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to copy it. We're going to copy all these. We have our bootstrap here. I'm going to paste all of them. So on the first one, and we're actually, going to audit what the heck we were writing here. But let's see. Expand this all the way out. So the first one we have is the artist table. So we expect the ID to be a unique primary key. So that would be the UID. We have the name. And we have the art path, if that exists, of course. We have albums. So this is going to be a UUID, the artist ID, the name of the album, description, narrator, all that, all those bits. Is, I suppose, quite useful. We have the tracks. So here we have the track UID, artist UID, album, the name of the track, disc, position, duration, genres, which we just take as a Q string. Well, it's the way that we have it in the Koto track is it is a Q string list, which is effectively just a meta meta type for a Q list that is of type Q string. So they were pretty smart in that they recognize there's going to be a lot of times people effectively want a vector of string. So let's just provide a very handy meta type for them. Thank you, Qt devs, for doing that. Much appreciated. But when we're saving it in the database, I think that just storing the genres as a string is probably sufficient. We have a foreign key, so that is basically saying artist ID references artist. So if we delete the artist, we should delete the track. Interesting, we don't actually have a foreign key specified for the album. So if we delete the album but not the artist, that it deletes the track. We may want to consider that. Actually, let me look up, or actually no, I could just ask Copilot here. Is it possible in SQLite 3 / and Qt6 to have a table with multiple foreign keys that can perform on delete cascade? It is possible. Okay, so here's an example. So they just specify, okay, so it's the exact same thing, you just specify it twice. So I'm actually going to want to do that where we specify foreign key, and it's going to be album ID references, and then it's going to be album, the album or albums ID, then on delete cascade. We have our libraries, albums. I don't quite remember what that was actually used for. where we specify the ID, the album ID, and the path. Ah, okay. This was to support, to know where we need to actually get the track from. So I'm guessing in the tracks we don't specify the path. No. Do we even specify the... Interesting, we don't specify the actual... I suppose if you moved... I think the reason why I did it this way is to try to simplify the moves. But I feel like storing the relative path through the library might be better, because it would result in less changes to the database if you did a relative path. Because if you move the individual file in a library, you just change that entry like you normally would. But if you move the library itself, the only thing we would need to change is the actual absolute library path, not the path to the files. Because those would all be the same. But we have albums, we have artists, tracks. I'm not sure we're going to leverage those, but we'll see. We have playlist meta. So in this case, we have the ID, the UID of the playlist. Not going to worry too much about this yet, but we might as well create the tables, right? Name, art path, preferred model. I'm curious what that is actually supposed to map to. Old Koto. What the heck was preferred model? Ah, the sort type. Right, how we were sorting it. So we had different sort types. As an enum. So we had it as chronological, which was the default, or alphabetical. Well, we must have implemented. No, I don't know if we actually implemented the preferred model bits. Because I'm not seeing it here. We have it in the config, but that's it. Trying to think what the use case even would be for sorting alphabetical for the playlist. I guess it could be like the playlist of an I was thinking about auto-generating playlists for artists, but still that would be chronological. But I guess I wanted to add the option for alphabetical at some point. Clearly, ask Josh wanted to do that. Whether or not current Josh wants to is another question, but we could have it here. The track ID string. Which actually should reference foreign key track ID. So this would be playlist meta, but we're storing track ID and album ID here. I don't know if that's actually the best idea to have track ID there. And playback position of track. Ah, okay, so that was for like if you want to restore our position of a playback and pick up where you left off, then we would know what track you are on in a given playlist. Right. Says playback position of track. So this was the actual position where you left off. So this is useful for audiobooks as an example. Also podcasts. You want to know what episode you left off on, or you want to know what chapter you left off on. So I think that's probably why I did it. Playlist ID, track ID, all that. So all this seems fine. So we are going to I'm going to take this, I'm going to do Control D across all these, and then we're going to press home. We're going to query.exec like so. And fortunately, because some of these are multi-line, I can't. Does this support multi-cursor? Does it not support multi-cursor? What the heck? Multi-cursor. Clone caret, move caret, select all. Alright, well, okay, I guess I'll just do it this way then. So, bloop, bloop, bloop. There we go. Do that, and that, and that, and that. So that would replace all this stuff. So if we save this, I'm not quite sure I like how it's splitting that. Can I specify an inline way of doing the cling format for this particular file or this particular section? Cling format change columns for given part of file. Let's see. Unfortunately, overwriting, this was in 2023. Try organizing your projects to use different cling formats. Wow, that's unfortunate. Let's see, section. Dang. I was really hoping that that could be done. Of course, we could have a different clang format for that given file, and then have all the bootstrapping stuff done in that file. I don't really like that though. I was just kind of hoping that I could have all this be a little bit cleaner. I don't like how it's splitting it. It doesn't really make any sense to me. Also, this one is not highlighting correctly. Oh well. Okay, so we do a bootstrap, set the DB. Open just indicates that it failed to open, not that it already existed. Of course, we could do a Q file stat on it. Let's see, or Q file info, where we point it to that file. Let's see, structs are new, and then we could check if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we know to bootstrap. I think that's probably the best way of doing it. We're gonna do include new file info. We're gonna set a bool of should bootstrap false, and then if well, what we could do is get this Q string be up here, and if Q file info exists, is that right? And I actually just do that directly as a method. Oh, you can. Oh, that is fantastic. As a static public member, they have, man, isn't Qt just so good? And we could actually simplify this even more. So should bootstrap would be if the file doesn't exist. So we could literally just do this. And then if we need to bootstrap it. So here we have this. I know there's probably helpers like Q error, or probably, like, if I had to guess, it's probably something. But we're gonna do a return early here. We may want to exit the application. Qt API for exiting app. Let's see. We could call Q core application : quit. maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually valid. Well, we wouldn't want to here, but you know what I'm saying. Have it like here. If we fail to open, we don't really want to do anything with Koto, I don't think. And if we should bootstrap, then we run this trap. Seems simple enough. All right, so let's open up main here. We create cartographer, we create our Koto library. Of course, we are doing it just based off the config path, so I'm curious what it's going to point to for that. Are we actually, hold on, create our config. Let's do this. I want to go back and I want to finish up this config stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to be working around a lot of this with like Koto library config, and you know, it's going to get gnarly really quick. So we define our application config location. Okay, we then open it up using toml parse. We iterate over UI prefs and all of this, but of course, if none of this exists, then we don't really want to do anything. Of course, we could set some defaults, like a default Koto library for music. I think that would be a sensible default. Actually, I want to make sure that I don't have anything in, let's see, ls.config/com.github. No, so it's not even auto-completing, which is great. So if, here's what we're gonna do. If the Q file info : exists, and it's gonna be the file path, which is a standard string. So I might have to take that into a Qt. Do it like this. I don't know why it's not really doing. But if it exists, we want to do all this. We want to do the parsing of the existing file. And to facilitate that, let us open up config HTTP over here. Config HPP over here. So open up the file. No, I don't want you to open. I want you here. Have all these. I'm gonna have a void parse config file, and then we're gonna have a void bootstrap. So we're gonna, let's see, if it exists, then we're gonna call our bootstrap. So let's move all this stuff to avoid Koto config bootstrap. Actually, the parse function. Koto config parse config file. So if the file exists, we will this parse config file. This is going to take file path. We kind of need it in both places, so we're actually gonna pass it in here. This is going to be a standard string. So, and then let's make sure we update our definition. String file path. All right. So if we have that, we're going to perform this. Otherwise, we are going to we're gonna bootstrap the file, which this should be. And our bootstrap is going to create a new config. Well, it's not going to, I mean, technically create a config, but in the sense that, oh shit, we don't have a stringify function. Oh. How did I do it for BD Labs? Let's see, open, recent projects, new one. Ignore all that, thank you. Yes, very good, thank you. Config, we have our serializer, is what it was. Yeah, we did all this by hand. I think. Did TOML 11 only do let's see, serializing values? Right, so we converted it to a table using TOML : format. Convert a TOML value to a string. Right. So that actually, I think, is what we were doing in BD Lab here. We were defining this as, oh, forgot about this. Yeah, so we had the TOML ordered value because we wanted to actually have an ordered array. And then we would do an array format as an array of tables. These would be all the Koto libraries as an example, but here it would be the group. And then for each of our display groups, we would create a ordered table. We would specify the parameters for them, and format as multi-line, so it wouldn't do the weird curly brace thing. We would push it to the ordered values output, and then we would format it. Okay. This isn't too crazy. But what we're gonna want to do, I think, is have for our Koto library config and our UI press, we're gonna want like the functions for not necessarily stringifying it, but returning the equivalent TOML value. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna have our, like how all this started with indexer stuff, and then the moment I get done with indexer bits, it's database, and then database, it's like, oh well, I need the config stuff, and then if I don't have a config, I should bootstrap one. If I have to bootstrap it, I need to write it to the file. Otherwise, it's gonna bootstrap it over and over and over again. And to do that, I need to implement the TOML stuff. Madness. So we have this Koto UI press. We are going to want a function for TOML : value, I think. What were we doing here? A basic value of a group table. So here we were doing those group tables and then the configs. It's an ordered value. Right. All right. Well, let's get started, I guess. So it's going to be a TOML ordered value. And it's going to be, oh, yeah, serialize. We already included that. How convenient. And then we need to do the same thing for library. Like so. And then we need to actually implement the function. So let's go ahead and open up library.cpp here. So fortunately, the library at the moment is quite simple, although we are omitting the type of the library at the moment, which isn't great. So let's actually go ahead and add that as well. We're going to want to add an enum of the library type. I don't know why I call this Koto library config. It should just be a Koto library. Koto library. But we'll keep it as config for now. I don't want to have to do the whole rename. Yeah, to keep this one in mind, so this is going to be an enum. I think that's how you do the enums. Class. It's not class. I think it's just enum Koto library type. We're gonna have, hold on, I need to, I think it should just be like a music, audiobook, podcast, music, audiobooks. Am I missing anything? I think those are the main ones that I wanted. And we're gonna want a I type. Of course, we don't really have a way of. Let's see. Let me take a look at the Toml enum for figuring types. Enum. Getting values, maybe there's an enum one. Type information can be identified using enum class. Empty. I don't think that's quite what we're looking for. Parsing the. What would it be converting it to? Version. Red. And I define strings. Inline standard string, toString. With a given type. And then they provide an example of. Oh, they're actually okay. I'm doing a string and then toString, the type. Right. So you would define this in what looks to be the header. I think that's correct. Interesting, it's doing enum class. Oh, I won't debate that. ToString and from string. That seems fine. We'll lowercase the values, of course. Can I branch this? No. What I can do is specify X update the class using the string representations. I don't think I need to do that. Update the CPP file. Okay. I do it here. Looks like I can. audiobooks, music, podcasts, like so. And then this type will be the Koto library type. Like so. If we are getting it from a toml variant, or toml value, I mean, we'll do this, which is going to be a from string that to type. Yep, that's correct. Let's have a helper function as well. We're getting the type, so let's open up header. We're gonna do get type, and let's implement it. So get type, and then we're gonna want a function for getting our so we sort. So we are gonna want to have an ordered table. So we're literally just gonna call it, I think, we'll call it library table. Library table. We'll set these. We'll do toString, which is correct, and then we return it. So in theory, this is how we would serialize the library. Let us take a look at the. All right, so we are gonna want that void. All right. Now that it understands what I want for this, let's see. Oh, interesting. It's not actually pulling in. Did I not specify UI pref serialize? Did. Okay. Toml ordered. Oh, go ordered value. Is it pulling in this? Album info. Yep. Class use volume. This is all correct. Okay, great. Surprising there that it just generated it correctly. Exactly what I would have wanted. All right. So we do that. We get the values for each of them, and then we serialize. So we are going to want now in our config probably a function for serializing. I mean, calling it serialize is a bit, I mean, it's like in the process of serializing, but it's not like serializing it to a string. It's just getting the equivalent toml value. So maybe it would have been better to call it like to ordered table or something. Whatever. And then we need toml format. This is an array of tables, but if ours is just, I mean, yeah, actually ours is an array of tables. We'll see. See how this works out. We are going to want, so we have a parse config file and a void save. We'll just call it save for our config. What I'd like to do is have it load up here. It wants to keep doing it. That's all right. We have bootstrap, and we want a function save. And what this will do is, let's see if it would. Preference UI preference serialize, yeah. And then for each of them, create an ordered library. For each of them, push the serialize to the back. Get the libraries. Like we'll add it as that. Do a toStandard string. And then yeah, create an upstream from it and write it. Yes, Yes, actually. I want to see if I could accomplish some of that with Qfile instead. Where we open and I write to it. I mean, there must be a function writing it. Let's see. File virtual. All right, well, you know what this means. Provide an example using file/Qt APIs. Write a string file. Smiley face. Because I don't think TOML itself will handle that for us, which, I mean, it shouldn't. All right, so it opens a file and then it creates a Q text string of, okay, which is out the reference to the file. Pipe the content to out and then close the file. That makes sense. Okay. So let us, why is return a.exec? Right, because the core app. We have this config path. Which, funnily enough, I was like, yeah, I don't think we need a direct thing to it. Actually, Q string I config. We're needing it enough that actually it is going to be useful to have it. So we are going to do this. We have file path. This dot that is equal to a Q string of file path. Like so. And then we are going to want to read from this, which is going to be config path.toStandard string. Be this. And then here it's going to be the same deal. So we are going to do Q file, Q string. Why in this lo-fi music they decide to add clapping to it, but sure. This. All right. So this is going to be our config file. Interesting. We're not actually doing the. Let me open up TOML format. So they're doing a group. Can I search the code? Use find in files to search. That's what I'm wanting to do. Find in files. TOML format is only used there. Let me open up the TOML doc. Easier for let's search TOML serializing values. So it is doing a parse str. No, it says using TOML format, you can convert a TOML value to a string. Contains a table type, interpret as the root. So let's see. They have an example. Yeah, so it just creates a standard string. So we would want to do the auto config content is equal to a TOML format of config table. And then we are going to want to have a Q text like so. We are going to open it. Sure, we can open it right only. It's fine. And UIO device text. Open that up, save it, and then close the file. Seems legit to me. File. Yeah, we define config file as this and create out from this text stream. This isn't really how I like doing this code, though. I feel like it would be better if I did auto file like so, and then auto out. This to me feels more economic. Open the file, write only. Let's see if file open in Q file. Let's see. Overloaded function for the file handler. They have open here, open mode. We have read, read write. Text is what we would want. I'm guessing the close. Or is close on? Oh, it's on config file. Closed with close. The Q file device. Okay. I don't know if this will overwrite the file. Open it. It could probably be easier if I check the Qt6 stream class. That. We actually need to include it as well. So let's do that. Include text stream. So if we open up a file, string. Oh, we would want it to output reference to the file. Okay. There's a Q file option for truncating. Q file truncate. Where is that defined then? It's not here. Q file control. Or is it defined here? Where the heck is it? Size, truncate. I'm not sure where it's getting it. Build that truncate. Do I need to use this? Oh, let's see. Because it's write-only mode, truncates the file. Okay. At least according to Copilot. I don't know if that's true. Copilot could just be lying to me, just to make me happy. Because they don't know any better. They, as in our AI overlords. Okay, but I'm gonna assume that this. Our config content, we don't need to do is, well, maybe we do need to convert to a C string. We'll try it this way. Whatever. So that saves the file. So what we can do is when we bootstrap, we will create a new Koto UI preferences, and in this UI prefs, I don't know. Let me open it up here. We set defaults. This should be up here. And we set these. Oh wait, no, that's the destructuring. That's not what I want. Koto UI prep, Koto UI preferences. Like so. And we're going to do auto prefs is equal to Koto UI. Something like this. Let me double check the something like that. If I go back to this, the prefs instead of this, do press and then upside down. But we don't have any setter functions. So we would want let's do this. Yoink all these. Auto, something like this. And then I guess return UI prep. Do we have? Are we supposed to have setter? Oh shit! We are supposed to have these setter functions. We just never implemented them. All right, void. Sure. Narrator. We'll let it autocomplete. I mean, I good before. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah. So what we are going to do, we'll do auto prefs. Then we'll set show description, show genre. Something like this, and then last used. Create our prefs, and then we'll do prefs dot set description as show description, genre, narrator. Here. Is there a better way of doing this? Almost certainly. Return pref. Typo inward prefs. What do you mean? Oh, it means preferences. Fuck off. Perfectly fine. UI prefs typo. What is doing the whole typoing thing? Let's see. Add prefs to dictionary, please. I don't think that really needs dictionary functionality, but okay. I also don't know if that code is valid, but whatever. So we generate our Koto references here. So if we go back to our bootstrap, we create our Koto preferences like so. We're going to have our libraries equal to this, and then we are going to add a default library. So we'll create a new one, which is going to be Koto library config. this. So I'm gonna do auto music directory writable location of music. Is that really a thing? Hold on, no way. I mean, it makes sense that they would have the XVG location for standard, but you know, it's Q, right? Like it's Q standard paths. Yeah, music. Okay, great. Music path, fantastic. I'm gonna do auto music library. Going to be new Koto config. We're gonna call it music. Should I have it be translatable? Or even that translatable in the context now? We'll call it music. And if somebody doesn't like it, they could figure out a better solution. Absolute path and to standard string. That all seems fine. We're going to take that and then we're going to add it to our preferences and then we're going to save. And that will bootstrap our thingamajig, our config. So we create cartographer. We're going to need to create Koto config, create, like so, because it is our singleton instance. So we need to include that. Include config/config.hpp, which I believe is going to include library as well. Config. Let's see. Config HPP is going to include library, so we don't need to pull it in here. Then we have indexer. I am curious. We don't actually pull in cartographer here, but it seems to work. Makes me think maybe indexer pulls in cartographer. Happened accidentally. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's go back to app. Main.cp. So we create cartographer, create our config, should do that bootstrapping. And then we'll want to, let's see, do our file indexing on the config. So what I think I will do here is implement a function in, do we want to implement the function in our config, in our Koto config, for running the file indexer up? And no, I think in the indexer, we should have, we have an index directory function, which did I even implement? I feel like I might have gotten away with just not the indexer HCPP. We have our index, and then we just never implemented index directory because we just didn't need it. Cool. In that case, we have our void index. We are going to have a function for passing in our config index config. This we're going to want to pass in config slash config.hpp. We are going to be able to remove library because that gets pulled in along the way. And here we're going to want to pass in our Koto config, like so. We'll perform an index. So we're going to do void. Let's see. So we get all of our libraries. We define, of course, this is an individual file indexer for which I don't think we even need to do it this way. Like it might be useful to have individual. Maybe I will have a function outside of this to fire off void index files. No, we're gonna want index all libraries, and then this will have our Koto config like so. So let us avoid index all libraries. I have this at the bottom. So we pass in our config, we get all the libraries, and for each of the library we create a new Koto config. And actually this is going to be even easier. Do auto indexer with library and then an indexer index like so. And we'll probably want to do something eventually where we're able to simultaneously index all of them, but I think for now this will be fine. I'm not too worried during the MVP stage. It's about just getting stuff working and not necessarily about optimizing it to hell and back. We could bike shed over that at some point. But we have index all libraries, and then we're gonna do index example here. So instead, we create our config, and then we are going to index all libraries of our Koto config instance. So index all the things. I want to see if this. I'm doubtful. I'm doubtful it's even gonna compile, but we'll find out. Of course, it is not wanting to do the Control-Shift-B to run because it at some point decided my CMake config is not valid anymore, so that's cool. Let's see. I have this, and where is the CMake? Here it is. CMake application, I think. Target all targets for now. How did I do this? Maybe it was just CMake debug. Delete this. Might be CMake application. And we'll just call this Koto desktop. Right now it's all targets because we don't have any custom targets. Custom executable is going to be, not sure where it wants to spit it out to. I guess build. Working directory is this one. Custom executable. I don't even think it needs to be that. Let's just see what happens when I run it like this. Build. It does not want to do anything. Build, please. Or launch. We make target. No, just build. This was working before. Was it make file target? I don't think so. I don't think I had generated a make file. Let's cancel this. Oh, there is a make file. No. Okay, so the make file is back. Make file. This also doesn't seem. Koto desktop, all targets, executable is going to be in Koto. Where does it want to put it? This maybe? Where the heck did it go? Desktop. What the? Let me take a look at my task file. Task file. I mean, I could just do it with the task file, like that's fine. It just doesn't allow me to do the build. If I go into build, can I specify this as the build command? No. Okay. Okay, show or launch nothing. It's very strange. That it just kind of stopped working. And of course the problem is because it's not edited to desktop. Oh, will this work? Debug desktop. Oh. Morning. Delete this, I guess. All targets. Okay, let us open up this then. Control task build. No matching function call for index all libraries. We have it here, and then we have it here in indexer. No known conversion, Koto config on HPP. Right. So we don't even need to do this. We don't need to pass it in because we can actually just reference it here. Like so. Well, lots of errors, but I mean, what's to be expected? Complaining about QString, unknown type QString. Oh, I mean, this stuff is easy to fix. Config.hp. Where are we referencing that? Here. Include QString. Okay. Let's just, we'll just have to cook it this way, not the most ergonomic way compared to what I had before, but I don't want to mess around with it too much. Did that even reset the terminal? And then it's supposed to. Fine, reset task desktop. All right, that's better. Term prefs, qualified reference, the structure name. Okay, but it is not liking how I implemented the functionality for the web references. Okay. Bit unfortunate. UI preferences.cpp. Let's see. Make a standard option. I mean, I guess I could just do. Okay. Library. Standard optional, let's just delete this. If it doesn't like it, that's fine. Pretty sure I did it for photographer. What did I do it for? Config. Instance, no, it's not that. Album. Oh, for album. We would do a return new. Okay. So there is no reason to give up hope on, do I press one? Just need press HPP. Let's restore that. And here we just need new preferences. And that should be enough. Reset hook. All the way up again. Right. So I have an issue in data lake. Data lake slash database.cpp. Undeclared identifier Koto config. Sure. Fair enough. Config slash config.hpp then. Okay. This thing standard out. Well, if you provided me functional freaking autocomplete, then I wouldn't have to do this manually. Include IOStream. Calling last error with incomplete type. Well, we're just gonna say failed to open DB. We're not gonna far around with this too much. Let's reset task field. Okay. So it is, do I press CP? CMake target. It is just not. Why isn't it recognizing my CMakes list? Restart ID. Not sure what's going on with it. Acting very funny. BD Labs, I'll close now. Let's see. Created with incompatible generator. Cannot generate it. Please manually delete it or select another generation directory. Okay. Or by Unix CMakes. Okay, if I delete this, then delete this as well. Delete the cache. Delete all these build directories. As well as this. Right? And then I open up this CMake. I restart the IDE now. Is it going to prompt me? No previous CMake outputs. Now can I do a control B? Run it. No. All configurations. Photo desktop. Add new configuration. CMake application. Target all targets. Executable should be the desktop binary. Try this. Maybe I need to reference stop. What the fuck? All right, well, that's annoying, but that does not belong. Project target. Let's ask Copilot. How to project target. It's a subdirectory. We have this Qadd executable. We have Qadd executable, but I already have Qt executable. Okay, so all that is fine. As well, I mean, I haven't really changed it. You add the subdirectory. Debug desktop. Koto build does not exist. Victor. What about now? Debug desktop. Oh, okay. Can I do a build? Doesn't want to do a build. Okay. Well, we are just gonna do tap and reset task build. We'll just do it the hard way for now. Because apparently CLI needs. I wonder if I reopen it in. Let me reopen it in Qt. Sure. Qt here. Let's see what happened. Okay. Generating things. Cannot build. Gonna attempt building. It's gonna fail, which is perfectly fine. Yeah, like it has all these. And if I go back here, it still is not working. Okay. Not return value. Question is not assignable. Fine. How did I do it then? Or how, what was it? It was. I don't think it was. It was something here. Album. You just return new. Return on press should be fine. Artist. I guess I could do it like this. Where instead I would do this sort of thing. true. Really have to do it here now that I know what the issue is. But... and 0. Why is it trying to be too smart for it to stop auto completing? And then this, like so. Right. Now if I go back to CMake project, because I didn't actually open it from the CMake. CMake the project file. Would you like to open up the project? Open as project. This window. It still doesn't like it. Okay. Whatever. UI prefs. Alright, let's just reset task cook. Apparently there's a new pack stay update. Close out a good old Discord. Let's see. So, missing comma here. Yeah, that's fair enough. We're just gonna do this. This. I've decided that I don't care. All right. Next issue is it's complaining about undeclared QCore application, which is probably because I haven't included it in database.cpp. Let us double check that. QCore application. I need to include core application, surprisingly. We add that, add it here. Should bootstrap undeclared should bootstrap. If should bootstrap. This step bootstrap. That's true, actually. We're only setting it here. So, the deep. Set the DB name. This. Bootstrap, we want to do this. That's during connect. I think it's just going to be easier in database if private pool bootstrap. And then by default, we define this. Oh, we can actually do this. Should bootstrap. And then we reference it here. That should be. All right. So next, let's see, what do we have an issue with? Line 71 is complaining about, I'm guessing we're missing. Read a query. I feel like, I mean, this is correct here. Auto increment, that's fine, that's fine. Ah, that's why. Okay, that will be fixed. Now we need to do the, so it's out of line definition on config, library.cpp. Line 26. Yeah, it's because we haven't. That's because it's, yeah, let's just recook, see if that fixes. I think it's still going to complain about the out of line definition. So let's open up, split this, open up the library here. We are going to do Koto library type from string and Koto library type to string. I'm going to convert these thing in. So can we actually do Koto from string? Can we do Koto library type? Library type. Probably a better way of doing it. Koto library, library type. Have this. This is that. To string, which is going to be string here, and from string up here. Let's see. Still a bunch of errors. The next one is going to be related to config. Actually, there is something here. Well, on library, or out of line definition, line 6. So it's going to be our definition. Did we mess up? Yeah. Okay. Koto library type. That should fix that. Config.pp here. We need to fix line 23. So we have Q file of a Q string file path. No matching constructor. Well, do is rip this out. Auto file path. Setting explicit, blah, blah, blah. That's all whatever. Let's see now. Still complaining about no matching instructor for initialization queue. Ah, okay. It's because there. We actually already have file path to string. It's literally this. All right. Let's reset that. Bit redundant there. All right. Now it's only complaining about config.p. We're already on. All right, so qualified reference to Koto library config is a constructor name rather than a type. Let's see. In line 40, we take, yeah, so we are trying to create that. So new, I think, what we should be doing there. Yeah, qualified reference, name of constructor. Yes. File. that. All right, so next up is going to be line 42. A pushback on the no matching member lib. Libraries for library pushback. I feel like it is thinking this is going to be a vector instead of a queue. Let's see. We check our bootstrap config HP. We are okay, so we are actually doing it as a vector. Isn't great. No, vector should be fine. But we are pushing right. For function. Base? I think it's push. This. Oh. Should I just make it a queue list anyways? I think I because then I could just do a pen. Given type. I feel like I want to just have it as a list. Instead of a vector. And here we have queue list as well. Queue list. So we create our config where we have our library paths, which we're not really defining. This libraries gonna be queue list. So we're gonna do I guess just that. Queue list. Like that, I think. Go to library config. There's a reference to it. That explains. Our library. So it's a reference to this. Then we don't need to create this. We just push to back. Suffix. Out of line definition. Get libraries. Yes, because they are a queue list. That's correct. I don't feel like I need to copy it though. Like manipulating the thing in the manipulating the thing in the queue list is probably okay. All right, line 74. It's complaining about that one. It could just be a page now. No complaining, no member. But my libraries is queue list. Put it here so we don't actually need this to be defined anymore. Not append. Music library. What are we doing pushback? Oh, line 73. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Dang. All right. That is now going to be complaining about a pen, no matching call on a pen. 73. This libraries. Well, libraries in this case is for some reason. Still complaining 72. Complaining about a pen. My libraries.append. It is correct though, because this, in this case, let's fix this though. Address, well, that's actually because I want to retrieve my preferences correctly. This, and then that's fine. Complaining about the overload there. Yeah, because we can't do a reassignment and UI prep. Const UI. Oh, no, it is actually revert this back. All sorts of mess here. On 68, take the address. Auto prefs. This is not returning a reference. I think I need to do. Of course I did up here. Oh no, that did actually fix it. All right, libraries is still an issue for some reason. Oh, it's because we are also just not doing it new. Okay. So next up we have an issue where we are doing a pushback on libraries array. On config 81. So it is expecting it to be. So for each of them, we push back to serialize. See. That probably, I probably did mean to use that. It deduced with auto error declaration of variable config file with deduced auto requires an initializer. That is because I forgot an equals there and forgot an equals there. All right, next is going to be index for CPP. CPP file, not HPP. It's going to be line 91. We should be calling it like this. No, on libraries. Get libraries. And we could actually just inline this. Fails on, what is it failing on? Playing plus plus. Not obvious from the error. Let's see, changed your. Is the CMake file just botched? Because it does keep adding the HPP files. It really shouldn't be. Okay, now it seems fine. What if I now delete? Now that it's valid again. Can I delete all this? And then what the heck? Hi Budgie, thank you. What happens when you're running experimental builds on top of Wayland stuff? Let us reopen maybe. I reopen. Restart ID. Restart ID. We started a lot today. But I'm hoping that it'll just sort of start working. Doesn't seem to be. But I'd like for it to just start working again. Config, task file. Let's try now. CMake app. Not selected, all targets, build. I just apply this. No. Doesn't belong to any project. I don't want you to add it. This. So we have database, including all of our files. We have data lake, album. Let's sort these. Sort lines. We have config, HPP, CPP, library CPP, WordPress. Right. Album, artist, cartographer, database, indexer, track. Yep. And then we have main. Okay. Task cook. Task cook desktop. It is ran. Oh, it's just because it's verbose. I think that's the issue. Is it's just tripping me because it's verbose here. If I do this, it seems to be fine now. Build Koto desktop. Terminated with the seg fault. Well, that's a great start, and unfortunately, because the stuff isn't really working. Open up in here. You guys even properly. Let me increase the font size. Font size. That's just that one editor fonts. Reset fonts. I had adjusted it back down when I was working. There. And then we have Q Creator here, much larger size. Yes to all. Okay. And to use this. What if I just reload you entirely? And I build desktop build debug. Let's see what happens. All right, it's running with debugger. Okay, great. Got that seg fault. Let's see where was that seg fault? Hummel stuff. Okay. So, you want to tell me where? Let's, yeah, I have a better way of easily checking that. All right, kill that. Kill that 9 GD. That found. We go to our main. We can hide the index all libraries, but we could cook and run. Okay, so it is failing in Koto config. So what we could do is add some standard outs, I guess. I can't really like add breakpoints for right now. Working. Add new configuration. Is there a better way to Koto? See. Reload CMake project. Oh. Oh, reloading it worked. Looks like. Maybe. But can I do a build? Okay, now I know. If there's issues, just click that reload CMake project. Seems to fix it. All right, that's great news. This is what I could do is I could add breakpoints in. We should be hitting bootstrapping unless the file exists. Let's see. We go over to .config, cd.config. Oh no, you could see I have a bunch of .configs. Do we have one for Koto? We don't. I look. Unless I'm blind. Well, what I could do here, run it. Not specified. Okay, we are gonna want Koto, please. Run Koto. I know it failed with. Let's see. I want to debug Koto. Okay, so we get to configure. We're here. On line 23 is where it stopped. Yeah. We have configure. We have configure path, which is home joshua.config Koto. Okay, so it's not the revdns name. And that is probably because that is probably not set in the actual application. You have application display name. We have this set, but if I check my CMake file, it should be this. revdns Koto target Koto ECM Koto. Let's see, is there anywhere else we're just doing Koto? Because I prefer it to be a full revdns name. I don't know about you guys, but let's see. So we had that. All right, so let us reload the CMake project. And Go back to config. And we are gonna stop and build it. Yeah, so now it's actually com.github Josh Strobl. Great. Now we run this. Okay, it's specifying it then as com. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really a better way of doing it unless I wrote the config code myself, well, config path generation stuff myself, which I could do, but so we have .config com github Strobl Koto, and that is the whole path for that. Okay, so the issue isn't at this point. A step over. So the path does not exist. So we bootstrap. We create our UI prefs. This seems fine. Or anyways, we assign it to those new UI prefs, which has all of our values. We have a library, which is an empty Q list. We have that Q string. And these are both, yep, the fully resolved one. Okay. We then are going to attempt to create a Q library path or library config. We have that. It's great. Music iPath is that resolve path to home Joshua music, which is correct. So that's good. And then we go to save. And then that's when things like quite looks. So in our save function, we create our toml, do all this stuff. So let's have a breakpoint here. We don't need these breakpoints. And let's restart the debugging. I'm curious. Oh, okay. So I actually segfaults before then. We just go here. Okay. Is it the serialization of this? Have our config table. A step over. Okay, so at this point we have a config table. That didn't explode. So is it the library? Why a breakpoint here? Okay, is the library serialization. So for each of those, we perform a serialize. Let's see where that is. Serialize. Where we create a new ordered one. I bet it's this. How much you want to bet? If I do this, start. Maybe not. Maybe it is because we are of how we are iterating over the queue list. Can we not iterate over it that way? If we can't, then I will actually probably make it a vector. Let's see. It's because of const for auto. Do for auto lib. Do like this. Let's not assert anything crazy here. Let's rebuild it. I build finished. Run. Okay, so it immediately segfault. So that didn't fix it in particular. Let's ask Copilot chat. Can I iterate over a Qt6 list for auto dot let's see what our GitHub got said. Yes, so in theory we can iterate over it that way. So we do a pushback here. So let's do auto lib table, sure, lib table. Okay. Is it going to be on the libraries array pushing? Probably not. I really feel like it's an issue with the serialize. To everyone. Is it failing here? We just set breakpoints on every single one of these and restart it. Okay, so we are now at this code. So we create our order table. We then, oh, but we are not, we're doing this wrong, I think. I think it should just be the toml string, shouldn't it? Let me double check. toml 11 serializing values. The whole double click thing, I don't know what the hell it's doing when I double click. What I can tell you is it's frustrating. So we have const. Because I guess it's not an ordered value. Do I need to make them? Let's see. Let's open up BD Lab in a new window. Close all this, and we're gonna find where we were doing find in project, find files. And it's gonna be ordered value serializer. So we are doing group.name here. No, so what I'm doing should be fine. Okay. This iname is music. Let's see. iPath, which is a path. And then library type, okay. So we're gonna do a step over this. That's fine. Our library table should now contain, I think there's a way of easily inspecting it, but do this, and then we do that. Okay, it's failing on the library type to string. So let us stop this. We iterate over, so we switch over the types. If it's audiobooks, we return audiobooks. Oh, we are just returning this. Like, like that. Maybe that's the issue. So we know these aren't the issue. Let's see. Yes. Get the seg fault still. So it really is on this. Like this code. Okay. Which T? what there's some type audiobooks, we return that standard string. This I type is a given type. But I want to ask Jim. Search. Because I think the problem is I'm doing enum class and not enum. Enum class versus enum NCP. Why is enum class considered safer to use? Two kinds: enum class, plain enums. They are local. Enumerator values are local to the enum, and their values do not implicitly convert to other types. Like enum or int, plain enums where the enumerators are in scope. Values are implicitly convert to integers and other types. So red card. Okay. Okay. So basically it'd be like, you know, red is 0, green is 1, blue is 2. Enum animal, like if you were to compare the two. Okay. That seems C++ string enum class. Enum class of this. Convert it to string. Just doing some inline stuff. Okay. I don't really feel like I'm doing anything wrong with how I'm doing this. Issue is here. Rerun. There's I'm gonna set a breakpoint there. This point, oh my god, okay. Really annoying that I can't. Too deep. Of this order type, let's jump to here. Start it. We have this, we have type, which is music. Go to library type music. Okay. Type, we are passing in the library type. Standard. Let's see how. You mean, actually, we don't need to do this bit here. Does it fall into this case? Seems very strange about this. What if we change this code? Stringified type like so. And then we do this type. rebuild. And restart. Oh, restart. Can I just make this to default? No. Whatever. Still getting that damn seg fault. Okay, just add every single one here. Restart. Oh no, it's the FS path. It's not okay, it's seg faulting here. Ah shit. String. It's FS path. Can I do let me open up FS file system. Converted to a string. Standard string, yeah. So we want this to be string. That code was probably fine. Okay. So it doesn't seg fault there anymore. This is all fine. Returns music. Okay. Alright, we push back. Okay, we now have a config content here. Nice. Now is it gonna write? We have our Q file. Write only. Didn't explode, I don't think. Now if we ls and config again, cd com dot, okay, that didn't seem to actually write it. Maybe it did then. ls com. No. I guess it could fail if the directory doesn't exist. So what we could do is this if exists, otherwise we bootstrap. Bootstrap is going to give our auto directory, auto library, we append, and then we perform a save. The save is going to do all this. We write to this. So before we open up the config file, let us do file : I feel like we can do just a make. Maybe not. Maybe I have to open up the file. Q file auto config dir. I still haven't decided if I want a camel case or snake case. My library is qdir. Can I do it with qdir? Qdir. We'll do it as a, unless it inherits from Q file. Of course, if it actually pointed me at the right frickin' tab, that would have been great. I can do it. Make path. So we will make the path. Qdir make path with the directory path. Okay, I could clear all these. Will be a shortcut to clear all the break. All right. So we have our directory here. We could actually just do qdir make path, and it will be this. Right? I think that's correct. User make path, and we specify the directory path. Or do I actually need to create static public member? No, so I will need to create it and then re-specify. It's a dir path. That seems a little redundant. And I take the Q file that we open and ensure all the directories exist. Copy. No. Okay. We will create the config dir. And then we will doesn't exist. It that I guess. Relative, yeah. Seems legit. Oh, hey, Neil. Let's rerun. Ah, God, I still have that. Okay. Continue. Continue running. Just continue going. Okay. We have Koto, which means it didn't explode when creating our libraries and all that. I think I commented out the creation. No, it's supposed to have indexed everything. Oh, it did. I'm just an idiot. So, okay. Nice. Is exactly what we wanted. So if it doesn't exist, then it should. Now, if we ls, yep, calm, okay. Now if I just run micro on our config, we have preferences.ui. It doesn't need a quote, but I'm not going to care too much about that. Yep. Okay. That is exactly how I would want it to work. Now the question is, so it builds this, but I restart it. Is it going to load the config? It did. Okay. Great. Now we could switch back to the frickin' dbeak stuff. All right, database. Because the whole idea was we needed a config, so we would actually be able to not have to have a bunch of hacky stuff that we were just piling on. So here we are writing it to that. At this point, it should exist. What we could do is we're doing .file path here. That returns the Q string. So if it doesn't exist, we might want to bootstrap just in case. We do bootstrap. No, we'll load Koto database. Create. Let's pull in the database. Data lake. Database. Let's see if any of this works. I get a sneaking suspicion it won't. But whatever the issue is, we'll sort that out. I mean, it didn't explode. So in theory, it bootstrapped it. I open up Kitty here. Let me increase the font size for you here. It created it somewhere. I have no idea where it created the Koto database. Let's actually let's see. Database path, it should be in the console. Database path should be home, yeah, KotoDB. So it set the config name. In theory, bootstrapped it, but I'm guessing that I have to like commit it. So it actually saves. That would at least make sense to me. If we take a look at SQL browser, just real quick, see what they have for, let's see, main. They add a connection and show, okay, that maybe that's less helpful than actually just looking at the database. Connecting to database. DB open. Remove a database connection, close it, and then remove database. Okay, well, what if I want to flush to the database? Because it still doesn't exist. Actually, let me just check. Yeah, KotoDB. Okay. So SQL programming. Let's take a look at SQL database. Commit. Commit a transaction to the database. Is there a flush? Action, username, step, rollback. Let's see, open. Instead, let's ask. Here. Let's see. Roll shift I. Will this automatically create a koto.db file? Or do I create that separately? Will automatically create the KotoDB if it does not exist when you call db open. Wait, so we connect. We call db open. We don't quit the application. Recalling connect at any point though. I think we just, oh, you know what? I think it's, need to get the instance and then connect to it. Yeah, this is probably why. Now, if we rerun. Okay. And now we ls. We have a KotoDB. All right. 61 kilobytes, which means it has something, right? It didn't explode when it did all these queries, so presumably it has tables, right? Let's see. Database. And I actually just connect to the data source SQLite. Identifier, koto.db. File is gonna be and .config /com.github.strobl.koto. Okay, and then KotoDB. All right, apply. Let's see, missing database driver. Download them then. Yo, test connection. It's fine. All right, we open it up. Let's refresh. Okay, server objects. All right, main tables. Oh, look, we have tables. They have columns. All right. Not bad. Move this somewhere else that's more useful and not constantly in my way. Apparently not. All right. So this is just our console for it. Great. Can I add it over here? No, it just really wants it in. Okay. So we now have tables. Good. Now we could start doing the actual, let's see, artist, the implementation of committing stuff to the database table. So when we create a new artist, so we probably want to do, how did I do it before? I want to say it was like a update or create if not exist sort of thing. Let's see. Koto. Let's go to artist here. Maybe it isn't DB. Oh, it's not DB. Go to file artist done. Artist.c. So we were doing it where here it is. On conflict do update, and we set the path, the excluded path. Okay. Insert into library artists. Insert into artists here on conflict ID. Then art path. Sure. Let us put this over here and take a look at the QSql query bit here, because this is how we would want to basically be doing it. Minimize this. This, of course, is taking up way too much. Let's pull up artist over here. All right. So we are going to want probably a separate commit. Oh, right, some structs, that's why. Structs that. Okay. Maybe this doesn't need this origin. All right, so we have our Koto artist here. We are going to want a commit function. And we're also going to want basically the same for album and track. Okay, let's start here. Do void Koto artist commit. Let's pull up our database CPP file, not here. Database CPP file here. Let the find artist again here because God forbid it. So we are going to want a QSql query. Import that, and we're going to call it query.prepare. We're going to do insert into artist ID name art path values one ID colon name and art path, and we need to reference our index a bit. Let's move this up. Not to be. And then we did on conflict of ID. Do update and we'll just set all of them. So that's doing excluded dot. I'm not quite sure if that's the right way, but like this. We have this. All right. And then we need to bind values, which these are actually all correct. I think. Although path is probably, let's just double check this one before this one bites me in the butt again. Get path is a Q string. So we're gonna want to probably, no, actually we could just pass it in as that. It's the QUID that is gonna be different. So we have that, and then we have query dot probably exec to run that. And then we're going to want the same for album album.cpp. Actually, before we do that, we do from DB, but funnily enough, this would be, I guess, a result of some sort. Is when we're doing the query, or would it be a QSql record? Let's see. We do result. Would it be a query? You probably wouldn't use this for a select, would you? Encapsulates the functionality involved in creating, navigating, and retrieving data from SQL queries, which are executed on a QSql database. It can be used to execute YAML, database manipulation language statements such as select, insert, update, and delete, as well as GDL statements. All right, successfully executed SQL statements set the query's state to active. So that is active returns true. Otherwise, the query state is active. Executing position invalid record must be navigated to a valid record, so that is true. So it's next, first, blah blah blah. While query.next, you get the values from it. So this is saying select country from artist. So, okay. You could do index of, ooh, this is nice. You do int, so you could define on the record index what it would be the field number of it, and then you do the value of field number. Approach it to binding values. Yep, that's fine, that's fine. So this would be a dot next, which is, oh, so we would just be passing the, okay. The from DB thing isn't quite, can we convert it to a record? Convert a field name to an index using record. Use SQL record. Query value, query record, index of that. Query value, which is Q variant on the query. In that case, I'm not really sure we would want this. from the database, we would just want a QSql query, and we would want the there are no functions to access a field by name unless you use prepared queries with names as explained. Right, so we would then want a QSql record like this, I would imagine. All right, we're gonna import. Let's update the from DB is gonna take in a QSql query SQL record called record. Let's make sure that these are included. Okay. Let's see. Incomplete type. Import class from QSql record. Well, include QSql record. I was doing it that way, but okay. So we have that return new artist. Where we create the UID. So we are going to want something where we could create the artist and then load from deep as a separate function. That might work. Like something like this. Let's see. ID ARP. Oh, is that actually correct? UUID value to string. We create it. UUID is the ID. Yeah. I think I even called it ID, right? Yeah. Name, art path. What happens if it's a null value? This is going to be a Q variant. Array.value with the field number. String. All is null on a field if the query is not active. Turns true if the query is not active. The query is not positioned on a valid record. There is no such field, or the field is null, otherwise false. But do I even need to do that? It seems relatively new, but somewhat. Yeah. I quite like the database stuff within Qt already, to be honest. Like, I mean, let's compare it. Hold on. Like, if we compare it to this, where I'm having to do like a GSTR, do printf. I mean, there probably was a better way of doing it, you know. Where this was as ergonomic as I could think of getting it, compared to this, right? Or this, where you're binding values. Like, this is fantastic. This is like, oh, chef's kiss. So we have, I didn't think that this is, consider making it const. It's copied, yeah. Sure, I'll make it a const. I don't know how. Oh, it did actually update on both. Okay. So in theory, that would be from the database. So as we do that select, and then for every single one of those records, we would create a new artist, and then we would add it to Cartographer that way. Okay. Which also means we need to, in our database, we want it in our database or a column? Probably our database. Database HPP. So we have a private should bootstrap, but what we need is a function in the database for knowing if we have already performed an index. Do void. No, it's going to be full required. Okay. Required bootstrap. Actually, let's call it required bootstrap. And this is going to be just returning that. So if it required a bootstrap, then we know that we had to perform the file indexing, so we shouldn't bother reading it from the database. That makes any sense? Maybe not. We only want to read it from the database if we have already indexed our content, and this is like the second run. Because during the first run, we'll have index it and then add it to Cartographer in the indexing operation. But we won't have to worry about that when it's from the DB. So we have the artist one from DB. This is also complaining about that. Sure, that could be a const as well. I don't care. I don't know how valuable it would be, but we'll see. Commit is never used. So we have artist here. So now we can move on to album. So album is going to be sort of the same deal. We have the UID. We don't have much of anything else. Let us open up database here. So we have albums. Let's work on our commit first. Void Koto album commit. So in this one, it's going to be quite similar. We're going to have a queue. Let's see. Is this actually correct? Let's just save it and see. Insert into. New update. Yeah. Okay. So we have albums ID. Yep. Artist ID. Yep. The name is going to be title. Yep, that's correct. Description is description. Narrator. We don't actually have year stored. No, we do have year stored. Year and genres. So genres, it didn't catch, I don't think. Genres. Didn't. Oh, how terrible. It missed something. Okay. We have description. Narrator. I kind of would like it to be in the same order, but I can't say I care enough about that. Let's see. Name, description. Oh. Our path. Oh wait, hold on. Is it correct? Let's see. ID, check. First title, check. Title is name. Here, let's have this be description. Narrator. Art path. genres year. Okay, it got close enough, but unfortunately not good enough. Name. Wipe out all of this. Narrator, art path, genres. Okay. Right. On conflict, do update. Artist ID, title. Let's wipe out all this as well. Name, description, narrator, art path. Now that's actually correct. All right. This needs to be name. We have narrator. This is art path, not album art path. Good morning. Don't tell anyone I'm watching from work. That's, I mean, is that not normal where you work? I mean, like, even when I'm at the office, sometimes I'll have like a Twitch stream or something going on, like on my second one. It's very rare, but like, I usually just have it as background noise. I guess maybe in my line of work, it's not such a big deal. Genres will actually be adjoined. This is actually correct. Fantastic. All right, so that is that commit up done. We need to do the same thing here where we'll do a fonts bit here. Let's update our structs. Or from DB. Probably for all of them, to be honest. From DB. And from DB here. Right. It's like, you didn't implement it correctly. Wah. Okay. So we're gonna do this. Album UID that's correct. Let's see. It's not artist UID, is it? Let's see. Structs. Oh, artist UID. Let's have this down. Easier for me to do the comparison of what it wants to autocomplete. I want it to do it by artist UID is artist ID, title is name, year is year, description is description, narrator is narrator, album art path is that indeed. And then it should be genres as a queue list, which would be splitting of that. And return that album. Okay. So that is sorted. Okay, next we need to do track. That's gonna be the same deal. Is it gonna, there we go. Fantastic. Okay. First I want to do ODB. For the commit, I mean. Which needs to be here. So commit, which is gonna be a QSql. And I learned my lesson of listening to this, so I'm going to do this myself. Because it gets close, it just doesn't get quite all the way. Insert into tracks, ID, artist ID, album ID, name, disk, position, duration, genres. That's actually correct. Values we'll do on a separate line. Values ID, artist ID, album ID. Yep, that's all fine. And then on conflict, yes, good. All right. Query dot, and then we need to do bind values. So we're gonna bind ID to the UID, artist ID to that. Same deal with all this. Album UID is a standard. Right, yeah. So this isn't guaranteed to exist. So what we need to do is I would kind of like this to be I'm going to check standard optional. Standard optional T, which funnily enough I had open just in a different in a different Firefox window. All right, come on, go all the way up there. Go there. Why? I literally was hovering. Oh, Firefox. Love and hate it. All right. What I wanted to see is of optional. Wow, this was not helpful, doc. What the heck? Value or is what I wanted. Wanted a value or empty string for the standard optional. So we do dot value or empty string for album ID, and we'll do oh, actually be a Q. Oh, right. That's actually not going to work. I don't want to generate a QU. So what I need to do is if as value, then this dot album UID dot value dot toString. Otherwise, it's going to just be an empty string. Like that I've seen AI LLM model figure that one out. It would have if I had started typing it. A disk, track number, duration, genres is going to be a join. And then we want to exec the query. Which actually, did we do that on album? During commit. We did, okay. So that is all sorted. Now we need to do from DB. So we're gonna add a new track. I'm gonna do track UID is that. Yeah, RS UID album, title, disk, track, duration, genres. Return. Great. So in theory, this is all implemented. So what I would need to do is, in our indexer, when we are creating the artist, let's see, we have artist add album here. This is actually going to be here, is where we want. We have cartographer, so we're going to want to do a artist commit. Which just occurred to me, we're doing a QSql query exec, but it doesn't know. How does it know what database? You know, like surely you have to specify. It runs the query, but where is it getting? Or is it just what the database you're connected to? Yeah, here we are. Using DB, right. Application's default database will be. Okay, so I mean, application. How do I set in Qt6? How do I set the applications default database? DB set name. Oh, is it just literally the first thing that's open? No way. Don't tell me it's that ergonomic. I refuse to believe. I mean, I guess it's the way the table stuff worked, didn't it? Well, shit. No, we did point it to this DB. Okay, that's fine, because what we could do is Koto database instance get DB. And it's gonna be like, I don't know what the database is. Please import it. No instance of getDB. What do you mean? Get database. Right. Okay. So let us see. So we have commit. We do it here. It doesn't know what it is either. Okay. And then we need to do it for artist as well. Okay. So we have that. We do a commit. We have album here. Album. We'll do it down here. Album, commit, and then track. All right, let's see if this works. I will be very surprised. Main. So we want cartographer gets created. Yeah, so the indexing operation happens after all the database stuff. So at that point, we do have a database connection. If we don't, we would have thrown. So let's see if this cooks. It cooked. Cooked without issues. It seems kind of sus to me, but you know. And build. I mean run. Okay. That was extremely quick, which makes me think it didn't actually add anything to the database. I mean, it doesn't actually have much to it, so actually, yeah, it probably did. But I'm going to close it. And I'm going to do select all from artists. And we're going to execute it. It worked. It worked. Nice. Albums. Select all from albums, run. It failed to commit the albums. It should at least have done the one for elbow. So that's a little strange. Did it actually? Yeah, I mean, it has actually run. Do a commit. Let me double check. I feel like maybe I just forgot to actually do the exec or something. So we insert into. We run the exec. Okay. Insert into albums. ID. Yep. Artist. There's a space here. Is that playing? I feel like that might accidentally. No, it's there as well. Okay. ID. Artist ID. Name. Ah, no, it's invalid. There we go. That was on me. Okay. So what we need to do now is delete our database. Koto DB. We're gonna rerun it. Have to rebuild it. Run. Okay. Showed up. Now if we rerun this, okay, it still failed. So we're missing a comma somewhere else. ID, name, description, narrator, comma. ID, comma, comma. Genres, comma, ID, one comma. Find ID. UID first. There must be an issue with this. Oh, let's check the exec and prepare, because I feel like those bool values is going to be whether or not it would have succeeded. Oh. If it successfully, yeah, okay. So if standard out column committed, else failed to commit. All right, let us let's rebuild it. Delete the DB. Rerun. We don't really have to delete the database. Yeah, failed to commit. Okay, so it's an issue definitely with our prepared statement. All right, insert into albums ID. Description. Genres. Okay. On to values. Narrator. On conflict ID. Do update set. Artist ID. That. Name to name. Description ID. I feel like it's going to be. Is this an optional? No, that's required. What about the prepare? Does that have prepare? If I could type prepare. You also prepare. All right. So if we failed, if there prepared else adds here return. Do something like this. We'll see if it's an issue with the prepared statement or an issue with bind vals. Oh, I need to remove the DB. Don't really have to. Oh, failed. Okay, failed to prepare. So it is an issue with the query. Insert into albums. Let's compare it to our table. We have ID, artist ID. We have name, description, narrator, art path, genres. Genres here. Let's see. Genre year. On conflict to update. It wouldn't be a conflict. I really don't like it just randomly deciding, hey, let's just cut off this crap. Let's compare it to our commit here. I'll use on conflict ID. Do update set. Artist ID. Oh, it's here. Let's have it write the query instead. Value. And delete mine and see if we're better off. I feel like it probably literally just copied mine, but we'll see. Yeah, it's still failing to prepare. Very strange. The only explanation then for it is my table. Let's see. Describe albums. Is describe not a thing and what? It's fine. I could just open it up the table. All right. So we have albums, ID, artist ID, name. Those are all fine. Okay. The artist ID name. Updates. Let's start just ripping it out bit by bit. I'm not going to get a conflict for now. So if we do this, let's prepare album commit. Issue with the something really obvious as well. Let's ask Copilot. Do you see anything wrong with this SQL query? Ah. Yes. Missing. Oh, it's missing description. Haha. Thanks, Copilot. What an MVP. All right. And people say this stuff isn't crazy. I am so confident that this is going to work now that I'm actually going to delete this as well. That's how confident I am. Of course, it would help if I did this. There we go. Let's delete the database. All right. So, in theory, if I do a select from albums and run it, we still don't have anything. Yeah. Art path. Description. Ah. Confidence got the best. Delete. Prepared, and then album committed. Select from albums. Refresh. What? How big is it now? I know what I mean. 61K. All right, what about artists? Okay, albums. Last error and last query. In theory, it committed. I want to let's check tracks as well. Did I not call them tracks? Album, artist, library. See, tracks, great. So this one would have failed because it's not showing up here. So this fails to get created. Delete that file. Tracks. Artist ID, album ID, name, disc position, all that, genres, foreign key artist references, artist on ID, cascade. We're missing that. That's not going to be the cause of this, but it should at least fix the track stuff, assuming that particular thing was. Let's take him. I mean, realistically, it would be happening on a separate thread, right? But you know. Okay. Select all from track. Now, no. Search table track. It's still failing to fucking create that. No, it has it. Oh, maybe this console is just out of date. Let's close this console session. And jump to a new one. New query console, please. Select albums. Okay. So it wasn't an issue with my code. Just an issue with this console. Null descriptions. Years year 69. 64. This doesn't seem quite right. I feel like this is supposed to be what? Seems a little sus to me. We are setting it when we add the track to the album, I think. Album. Let's see. Add track. We append the tracks. Where are we doing? Set here. Are we never actually doing it? Maybe we're not. I'm just never setting it, but why would it have a value then? I guess because it just isn't. Just random nonsense. Set it to that. Genres. I mean, these are all null values, so in theory, this could be null value as well, right? Oh. I feel like it's an issue with, we do to int, it's probably this, where we're doing the year setting. Because we define this as a Q string, which then maps to a null appropriately. Whereas this should really be a standard optional, I think. Structs.hpp have our we're actually here. So then what we could do is find value is going to be a dot get a value for oh no if null pointer is actually gonna let's try this. Because we're never setting the year, so in theory, this needs to be updated as well. Enter optional int, and we need to update get year here. Choose standard. Cook it and see what happens. And let's just delete all these. Well, now that we know the query itself is fine, it was just the console that was used. And we'll close the console. Just to be sure. This will take a bit. Eventually we'll have it on a different thread, so it's not blocking the UI. Alright, so we have that. Let's jump to query console. Console 1. Probably going to be invalid now. Let's see. Database. Let's close this. Oh, query. I closed the console. Few parameters, history, so running statements. Well, I guarantee you this isn't again. Year 0. Okay. It's storing that as 0 is fine. Tracts. Okay. So we have Little Fictions. So this is actually a track that has an album and an artist. This 0, position 9. Yep. All right. Genres, it states rock. Okay, that's all correct. This seems correct. There's a lot of null values in here, unfortunately. Or even for artist. a little funny, but I think that's because so many of the things I downloaded don't actually have that metadata. Not sure how big of a problem that is, but I could make it where if we don't have a track, say track, we don't have an artist associated. I mean, it would just be unknown, right? So, do I really care? Because, like, if we look at what it looks like in, no, actually, check here. I guess when there isn't any metadata for these, what we should do is fall back to the file name. I think that would be the best thing when we are creating our new track from metadata. Which actually this should be after our construct. And vector should be after both of our construct. Okay, so we have our from metadata. Let us find, here we go. Extractor list, we are going to specify the path as well. Path. I'm not going to do this of the set path. We do from metadata, and we're going to specify the string or string. String path. We're going to do track path is equal to path. So this is going to be, do we want the path or do we want the file info? I think actually is what we want. So we're going to add that instead. The Q file info. And this is going to be Q file info. Should be just info dot. Oh, it doesn't know what it is. Fair enough. And it's going to be absolute file path. Right. This, do they include the extension? I don't think they do include it. All right. So we have title. It's either going to be this dot. Can we say it doesn't include props dot value? Let's do this. Add the then auto title results if title result dot is valid and title result dot, so it's not null, then we'll set it to toString. Otherwise we will set it to the file name. So that will at least provide us non-null of those. And we could probably expand on that by setting different positions based off, I mean, this comes down to a lot of the indexing work that we had in old Koto. What's this? Complaining about probably signature. Let's see. From info .hp. From file metadata. Take a Q file info. And you don't know what that is, that's fine. Okay. Alright, so let's see, what's it complaining about now? Copied, sure, const, whatever. Funnily enough, it didn't actually change this signature. Okay. So we have that info. we can create our splitter. And what that would do is translate, if I show rhythm box here, that would translate things like 29 dot whatever. And it would try to do a separation of this being the position, this being the artist, this being the track name. I'm probably not going to do that this second. I just want to make sure that some of these non-nulls are cleared out. But it's on my to-do for, let's actually add it explicitly to do. To do near the same logic we had for cleaning up. File name to determine track name. Position, chapter, artist, etc. Something like that, right? We have that. Let's this. And actually, let's open up main and let's have this should run on a separate thread, UI thread. Now, run this separately. I would like to insert that. Oh, it did actually just fantastic. All right, let's see if this actually does the trick. Now if we run Koto, it should instantly start the UI. And this. Now whether or not it didn't actually threads. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it did actually spit it out. Right. Because what we're gonna do is we'll have cartographer like we'll convert that eventually to a Q object and have signals where as we're adding artists, we're updating the UI. But for now, I just didn't want to like launch it and have no UI at all. So now if we open up the console and we select from tracks, this isn't correct. And I refuse to actually believe it's correct. So I am going to close this console. Can I clear everything here? Delete, close the session, that session, and create a new console. Really wants to. Ah, there we go. All right. This is much better. This is exactly, well, not exactly. It's better. We have names, and now we actually have the file name. So when we're not able to get the actual information from K-file metadata, we could sort of do our own logic. And that is, if I take a look, okay, look here, where is it? Photo. Be in our indexer. File indexer, I think. Or maybe it's in our track helpers. Yeah, get CD based off file name. So we try to do a split. We try to get the corrected genres, which is basically just a map of all that. We have our get name from the file. So that will do like a name without hyphenated stuff. So it'll split on the hyphens, replace all of them. So it tries to do that. It tries to get the position based off that. So we check for, basically create a group in regex. And so this is using like this was using the glib regex. And we would do a split. And we would then get the file name without the extension and split on all that, do a lot of cleanup. So this is like a lot of code that fortunately I've already written before and already worked on. So that is what I'll probably do. Maybe off stream or in whatever the next session is going to be. I'm not quite sure. But for now, we have all this. So next, we are going to want to implement our logic from loading from the DB into cartographer. Because right now we have this summary, but this summary is just based off the file index. So let's actually rip this out. And then we have all this bits. We have this logic for indexing, and we will only index if, let's see, if Koto database instance dot required bootstrap, then we will index. So then we won't index every single time we're launching now. So now we're on our own without the help of the indexer. Let's see. Allocate memory is leaked. Okay, well, worry about that in a bit then. So do that. Oh yeah, I guess we don't really have a destruction of it, but I don't think we need to yet. Well, I have that, so we connect. And then we are going to want to load everything. And so we're going to want to load the artists, we're going to want to load then the albums, etc. So let's start working on that in the database. So we're going to add database.hpp. Now we're going to add some functions for loading into cartographer, I guess. So we'll do void load database, and then we're gonna load database.cpp up here. Void Koto database load. That's a bit redundant. We'll just call it load and change the oh yeah, I guess I didn't ever implement. I have a disconnect here doing it. That's fine. We do load. And then we're gonna have a query. Let's see. This is pretty close to what I would want to do. We would just want to load it into Koto cartographer. So just cartographer instance. Let's add this. Add this. That's going to be dot. Oh, it's actually instance. Add artist. We'll add that artist. So that should do that trick. And then we'll want to do the same thing for here. Add album. And here. Yeah. So that seems legit. So if required to bootstrap, we will index. Otherwise, we will use Koto database instance and load. Method name. So we will load. Index all the things. Let's see. We don't really need this to be documented, to be honest, but if we needed to bootstrap, index all libraries, otherwise load the database. Yes. All right. Of course, it's not really going to do anything yet. But if I go over to cartographer, actually I could probably do it. Where do it? Did in the indexer, didn't we? We had the summary there. Yeah, we had this bit. So do we have helpers for that? We have git, artist. Okay, just the individual ones. Git album. Okay, so that's all fine. Git artist. Let us have one where we return the value. So there's going to be a queue list of Koto album, Git albums, Git artists, Git tracks. Let's go ahead and move this here, this to here, album to here. All right, we have cartographer. Right, so we're gonna now have our queue list of Koto album, which is going to be the values. So is this just going to return? I don't think we need to do this, a copy of it. That seems a little overkill. Let's do this for the getting of the artists. And then for the tracks. Right. We have all this. And let's just add a nice summary table. And maybe rip it again from here. We do the DB load. And we do a standard out. So we're going to do this. And instead of from this artist, we're going to do cartographer instance get artists, and then for each of those we then get the albums from that artist and then the tracks from that album. So it's not going to spit out all of our content, but it should well, actually what we could do is be a little bit smarter here. We could do a standard out. Putting in a lot of work for something I'm just going to be ripping out very quickly, but I just want to see if it actually works. We're going to do tracks without artist. I guess it's without albums and or artists. And it'll be, we get the tracks, and then if track, we have album UID dot as value continue. All right, shall we see if this works? All right, so build finished. So let's fire it off. Okay. So it failed to get the tracks. Didn't get the artist, which means our load database. Select all from albums. Right. We get the album, and then we add it. Okay. And then do the tracks. So this should have worked. Why did it not work? Because we did get the artist, but it's when we're getting the albums that it's failing. I think it has to do, you know what it has to do with. We are not adding the album to the respective artists because we don't know Right. We do add album. Kind of need to like get the artist here. Artist, which is by the UID. It's just get artist, isn't it? Let's do this. Auto if artist dot has value. Then we're gonna add the album, and kind of the same deal with the track. Really, we're gonna want to get the artist and then add the track, which then automatically add it to the album. All right, now it should work. Okay. It still didn't pick up on the tracks without albums and or artists. It's fine. It didn't pick up on the tracks related to, let's see, select from tracks. We have this, select from albums, where ID equals, I don't think this is actually going to work, but this. I don't know if it stored it with the curly braces as well. Artists. I feel like my SQL is wrong here. Let's see. Equals this. Unrecognized token. Maybe it's single quotes. Is it with the brackets then? Okay, so that does exist. It's failing. Okay, let me see. So add the albums. Are we actually doing it? So artist here. Add track. Oh no, we're not doing it. Oh, well, that would have been helpful. Koto album. I will do auto album equals. Let's do if track dot album UID has value. We're gonna say if it doesn't, then just return immediately. Otherwise, we're gonna do this. Is it Q list? This albums. That doesn't seem quite right. I bet there is a method album is equal to this albums dot. Let's see. First, no. Oh no, I guess, yeah. All right, we'll do it like this. This should probably sort it. There we go. Okay. So now we have artist, elbow, and then we have the tracks. Same with this LoFi. We have all these different albums, no corresponding track information, but that's whatever. It's not spitting out all of our other tracks though, which is a little interesting. So if I go to cartographer, add track, it should just be inserting the track UID. And then our get track should just be this. Shouldn't be anything particularly intelligent. But let's search for tracks again. The value, oh, it might not be null explicitly. That might be the issue. If we go to track here, we search for album. Actually, no, be here. If it has a value, otherwise this should be a null. it shouldn't be an empty string. So let's fix that. And then this should also be if this first UID dot is null, we'll do this. If it's not null, then we'll do toString. Otherwise null. Let's nuke our DB. I'm gonna kill this console immediately. I'm gonna cook it, run it. Okay. Give it a little bit of time. That was probably enough time. I don't. I removed this summary, so I don't actually know when it's done. But let's assume it's done and rerun. Okay. So now, if we open up a console, select tracks, null, okay. So, does it play audio yet? Funny, no. Funny man. ID, artist ID. Let's see, so we have that name. Okay. So, let's see. Check cartography summary in. So if we have a value, we continue. So what is going on during the loading of the track from the DB? We're doing a QUID of the record. Okay. Well, that's not great because we're assuming it's a string. Which might not be correct. So we're going to do a query value on record index of artist. Do auto artist ID is going to be this, and then is this correct? If it's not null, we add it. We want to do the same thing for album. It really botched this up. What the hell is going on here? Excuse me. Can you format this in a way that's actually decent? Apparently not. Fine, I'll do it myself then. All right. So now, if we, this should actually just build it automatically as well. Failed on expected. Ah, yes. And here. Okay, there we go. Now we have a ton of tracks that have no artist or album. Good. Good. Eventually we'll like manually sort all that out. So if like we're not able to, like if our directory management actually like should have created, let's see, it should have created the artist. No. Did I just fail to organize any of that? Let's see. Music. Oh yeah, I mean, I did actually just put it under LoFi here. When actually it should be like Streambeats or something. That's kind of on me. So it did actually, in its defense, create the correct thing. Of course, not everything is I still need to probably do more like leveraging the metadata, but I don't want to over rely on it either, because as we've seen from the tracks, I do this. Yeah, there's a fair bit that's not able to fetch. Able to get duration, all that successfully though, which is good. Additions though, so that's all fine. So we actually have a UI. So what we need to do is then start converting it to being like a Q object or cartographer, and then have a like music page for our local library, where it'll have probably a list view, kind of like what old Koto had. And because I'm not sure if I want to do it by a track UI. I kind of like how I implemented it with Koto before, as opposed to just a boring track table interface. But if I was to like take a look at Spotify, hopefully it won't do anything crazy. And I was to go to, I mean, they don't really have, let's see, can I add my local music? I used to be able to, but can't seem to find where it is anymore. Settings. Let's see. Your library, show local files. Add from source, music. Upload. Yeah, so they just show it like this. And even they, funnily enough, they just straight up, if they don't have an artist, it just doesn't show it at all, which is kind of interesting. So it only has these, which is from, I think, YouTube. Yeah, those are from YouTube Audio Library. So I probably won't have it as like this UX. I kind of prefer how I implemented it with Koto. So I guess to work on that next would be to start implementing or changing cartographer, the BQ object stuff. We could start building out the UI. So let us see what UX did Koto had before. I could show you. Yeah, it's on the GitHub, but it was similar to this. It actually looked better than this before, but and this is of course demonstrating the dark theme, graph box, and light, but it'll obviously look a bit different. But the idea would be your local library. You would have your artists here, and then your artist page, which would have, like, before I had an album strip or like casts. I've never heard of casts. So but anyways, and then it would show your individual albums as like these album views. So if anything, maybe depending on that, how old that casting is, maybe cast is actually more like Koto. Yeah. That's the idea anyways, is to have that list. But to do that, let's start doing the whole Qt6 class Q object. I think it's like expose class to QML. Expose. Let's see, integrating QML and C++. Yeah, so here they have Q object. So you define it as a Q object. Are you gonna stream this weekend? I don't know. Why? And we have Q object and then Q property. So we have the Q strings. So these are the, I guess, Not sure really what to do about that one, but find the Q string. So you just define properties which are read and writable, and then notify why I want to plan some possible tasting the street food. Okay. And then notify with the change, and then QML element. So I suppose that means it would actually make it a QML element that I could then use, well, QML. So then you have signals, and so then we would need to have our, but this is only for like an individual property is changed, not when you've added something. So I guess I would have to make everything else Q objects as well, each with their own properties exposed. I think I need to investigate this a little bit further and see how I want to structure this. But funnily enough, all of our database stuff, I mean, granted, of course, I'm leveraging work that I've already done with Koto before with the database bits. But of course, it was like 1,000 times more ergonomic with Qt to do this. Like, I don't know who in their right mind would have at least done it the way I did it, integrating SQLite. That makes me wonder though, glib SQLite, do they actually have, is there really not a way of just doing a SQL, hold on, GTK4 SQLite? No, you have to integrate with SQLite 3 directly. Man. So it's still the same as when I had first messed with Qt. Well, when I had first messed with Qt4, and it hasn't changed since then. Didn't change in any of the Qt3 stuff. You have to integrate with SQLite 3 directly. That's not great. But with Qt, you could just use your database drivers, and it just works. I think this is partly why future SQL is a thing. I've never heard of future SQL. Look that up. Future SQL. Qt API reference. A non-blocking database framework. Inspired by Diesel, provides a higher level abstraction than QSql. Features include non-blocking database access by default, relatively boilerplate. I'm not sure what a boilerplate is, but I don't know. Maybe it's some like KD-ism, not boilerplate. Queries, automatic database migrations, and simple maps to objects. Wait, what? API is not finalized. Find Qt. Qt is. Reddit database. You define a struct from. This looks weird. Why is this supposed to be written? In conjunction with Qt. Supposed to, okay, weird. Do a static hello world. It gets row from SQL. You return that struct. QTimer single shot. Oh, QTimer. So is that a way of just doing a thread? Hold on, to look this up. Fires, say a timer fires only once. Non-single shots fire every single. But is a QTimer basically a fancy thread? I assume it is. It's a typo. Yeah, I know. 0. And the database example, which is the function of QCoro. I've never heard of QCoro either. Is this new? How? No, it's been around for a while. It would have been nice to know about future SQL. But I mean, looking at the code, I mean, like, do a threaded database, execute that, do it await, execute an insert, get the results. Interesting. Basically, is mostly compatible with Diesel. You just need to pass a directory, preferably in QRC, that contains migration. Right. Then it will do the Diesel thing. Okay. QCoro is a third-party thing. QFuture is the entry thing. Right. Okay. Allows threads to be synchronized against one or more results. Let's see. Which will be ready at a later point in time. The results could be interesting. Now there is a lot to learn. I just sort of am like, yeah, I just use standard threads, right? Because that's just sort of what you do. But no, I guess of course they would have their own way of doing threading. And I'm not surprised that the KDE people have their own way of doing this stuff. And I also, so it was inspired in part by Diesel. And then you have to, but you still have to use Diesel CLI to do these migrations. I've never heard of Diesel either. Yeah, okay. There's a lot for me to learn. But yeah. I think what I'm gonna have to do is more research on what I'm gonna be doing for the UML integration bits, so I can figure out how to actually start building a UI, right? Standard thread wasn't available everywhere for a long time. Yeah, fair enough. And then once I've figured that out, we could start building out that list, and then start figuring out how we're gonna do the componentry in QML for knowing, like, building out the album views dynamically on a given view and all sorts of madness that I have not even thought about how the heck that's going to be accomplished. I still have to read up a lot on the QML documentation. So I think this is actually probably going to be it for me. A bit of a shorter stream today, which I think is all right. I don't know the next time I'm going to be streaming. Weekend's coming up. The wife evidently wants to do some planning for the weekend as well. Perfectly fine. And then on Monday, I'm back to work. My vacation ends. So keep an eye out on my Mastodon. It may be that, and we'll see how things are, especially next week at work, given I'll be catching up on stuff. I would like to basically be doing streams where, like, after work, I stream for a little bit. You know, it's not gonna be 5 hours, of course, but if it could be like 2.5, to regularly be working on things, I think that would be kind of nice. And mix that up between this as well as like Budgie Damon Labs work, as I would like to stream some of that once I figure out all the compositor nesting for that. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me on this one. Thank you guys for tuning in. We accomplished a lot. We went from having no database to implementing it, to every single one of the tracks, artists, albums, being able to load from the database and commit to the database, as well as modifying it modifying our application. So on subsequent loads, we're actually loading all of it into Cartographer from the database. So all that works, which is very exciting. And updating our summary so we could actually see that it's indeed loading it from the DB, which is pretty cool. So that's going to be it for me for today. Thank you for tuning in. I'll catch you guys on the next one. So bye bye.